that the Africa Union Commission, the executive,
be given sufficient power to be able to prosecute Africa's economic diplomacy so that we can unlock the potential of our continent, so that we can showcase
the assets that we have, our mineral assets, our agricultural development assets, our human capital assets, our natural resources assets, and use them to create investment opportunities so that we turn our potential into opportunity and opportunity into investment and create a better Africa for all of us. Number two, to make Africa Union a fit-for-purpose organization to take charge of the consolidation of the African market through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Today, in Africa, intra-Africa trade is only 15%. Intra-Asian trade is 60%. Intra-European trade is 70%. Intra-Africa trade is 15%. We are struggling looking for markets everywhere except in our continent. We must believe in ourselves. We must first sell to the market that we have in our continent. It is the silver bullet. And it is what is going to increase the contribution of trade from Africa from 2% to the next level. Number three, we must make Africa Union fit for purpose to secure this continent. The Africa Union must take charge of our peace, security, and stability. The Africa Union must make us solve the problems of conflict and war in our continent. We cannot progress as a continent if there is war in Sudan, there is trouble in Somalia, there is problems in DRC, there is problems in the Sahel. We must take charge of our security. We must take charge of our stability, and Africa Union must step forward to be counted to provide that cover. And finally, the Africa Union must work with us to close the infrastructure gap. We will be proposing 4 assignments. The Africa Union was initially a liberation movement. We must repurpose it. We must re-engineer it so that it addresses the challenges of the moment. We will also be making a proposal to have a much more accountable Africa Union. Today, the Pan-African Parliament has no connection to the Africa Union executive. We are proposing that we are going to reduce the size of the Pan-African Parliament to make it much more cost-effective from 275 members to 100 members. 1 woman, 1 man from every country. And make it a full-time organization. Let it approve the budget of the Africa Union. Today, the budget of the Africa Union is approved by people who are not people's representatives. We want the people of Africa to take charge of this continent. And finally, we must bring about the Africa Court of Justice so that we can sort out our issues. We don't want any African to be dragged to courts elsewhere to sort out our issues. We need something short of a revolution to have a good organization for ourselves. I look forward, ladies and gentlemen, to the output of these meetings, and I am optimistic that your recommendations for reforming the architecture of the global financial institutions will be as radical and as ambitious as the AU's Agenda 2063. Your participation here promises viable solutions to enable our countries mobilize sufficient resources to close Africa's development financing gap and accelerate our structural transformation across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the 59th annual meeting of the Africa Development Bank Group is now officially opened. I thank you.
If you don't mind, please keep standing, and let's give one more big round of applause to the President. You may be seated. Now there's a challenge between President Ruto and President Adesina as to who is more passionate evangelist. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, with that strong and inspiring address, we have come to the end of the opening ceremony, and we will now transition to the presidential dialogue, Africa's transformation, the African Development Bank Group, and the reform of the global financial architecture, which will then be followed thereafter by the commemoration, a short commemoration ceremony of the 60th anniversary of the African Development Bank. Thank you so much for being with us at this opening. The meeting continues, and I hand over to the team responsible for the dialogue. Thank you for having me.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellencies, heads of state, representatives of heads of state, governors of the bank, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly permit me to stand on already established
protocols. Once again, Karibu. Wow. That's the first time Karibu has been met with silence, so I'm going to say that once again. Karibu. Now that's a little bit more enthusiastic. I think we're getting into it. Thank you very much, President Ruto, for those really, truly inspiring and passionate words. Very, very heartfelt. Thank you very much. Welcome to this presidential dialogue on Africa's transformation,
the African Development Bank Group, and the reform of the global financial architecture, here at the annual meetings of the Board of Governors of the African Development Bank, holding at the KICC, Kenyatta International Conference Center, in the beautiful, and I must say green, capital city of Nairobi.
My name is Victor Oladoku. Yes, you can clap for Nairobi and certainly for Kenya. Kenya is green and has had a long history of being so. My name is Victor Oladoku, and it really is an honor to moderate the two presidential dialogues that are ahead of us this morning. Our conversations will revolve around what must be done in a fast-changing, dynamic global environment to kickstart and transform Africa's economies, as well as ensuring that they do remain sustainable. But first, permit me to invite to the podium a global leader who has a reputation, actually two reputations. One for not believing in the word impossible, and two, for being dubbed Africa's optimist in chief, a very well-deserved tag. Not because he is unaware of the continent's many challenges, but because he strongly believes that under any circumstances, change is possible. Please join me in welcoming to the podium once again the President of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, as he comes forward to provide opening remarks.
Heads of state and government, their governors, I wish to thank you immensely for attending these 2024 annual meetings, and in particular for being here for this particular session, which is a debate or conversation with you heads of state and government about the issues of the transformation or the reforms of the global financial architecture, the African Development Bank, and of course, Africa's transformation. This is one topic that I know is close to your heart, as you all have been advocating for the reform of global financial architecture, the reforms of the United Nations, including the United Nations Security Council, and we just heard from His Excellency President Ruto all about that. And why is that being done, or why is that necessary? That's to ensure that Africa's voice is heard, that Africa's priorities are in fact prioritized, that Africa's financial needs are appropriately considered, that there is equity, fairness, and justice in dealing with the most pressing challenge of our time, climate change. Clearly, the global financial architecture has a great role to play in mobilizing resources for development. Yet, it is not delivering enough for Africa in 5 ways. First, it is under-delivering on climate finance for Africa. Today, while Africa's climate finance needs are in the order of $277 billion annually, the global financial architecture delivers only $30 billion for Africa, a continent that contributes the least to climate change and which suffers disproportionately from its negative effects, as we have seen in several countries. Second, the global financial system is not delivering financing at scale needed for accelerated development to meet the SDGs. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has noted that the financing need now has moved from $2.5 trillion to $4 trillion annually. Africa alone will need $1.3 trillion. With SDGs, of course, due to lack of adequate financing, Africa will not be able to meet SDGs by 2030 under the current trajectory. Third, the COVID-19 pandemic showed the huge divergences in financing capacities to deal with global pandemics and its effects between developed countries and developing countries. While developed countries provided over $19 trillion to support their economies during this crisis, pandemic, equivalent to roughly 18% of the global GDP, African countries provided only $83 billion, or 3% of their GDP. No wonder there is economic divergences between Africa and developed countries and even emerging market economies, because we heard something about COVID, that people have long COVID. But now also in terms of fiscal space for African countries, it's a long COVID in terms of fiscal space because it takes a long time to be able to recover from such pandemics like that. Fourth, the global contingent financing facilities have not been fair and equitable. Take the case of the special drawing rights, as President Ruto has mentioned. Out of the $650 billion of Asia allocation, Africa got $33 billion, which is roughly 4.5%. In other words, those that needed it the most got the least. However, I want to really thank the IMF. I want to thank my sister, Kristalina Georgieva, and all our team at IMF, and of course the IMF board, for recently approving the use of SDRs as hybrid capital, which of course multilateral development banks like us can leverage 3 to 4 times and deliver greater impact based on the model that the African Development Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank have developed. We're very grateful for that support. I also like to commend the IMF for providing a third seat for Africa at the board of IMF, as the person of the African Union Commission mentioned the importance of having more space around the table for Africa, and we're grateful for that as well. The admission of African Union to G20 is also a commendable development, long overdue. Fifth, the global financial architecture is failing in dealing with the high rising debt burdens of African countries. While the G20 Common Framework is working to address these challenges, and we support it, to achieve equal and comparative treatment between official creditors, private creditors, and commercial lenders, the process, however, is taking way too long. Unfortunately, we shouldn't forget that Africa went through things like that in the 90s. The Multilateral Debt Relief Initiative, also the Highly Indebted Poor Country Initiative, that just dragged on, and unfortunately, we had a lost decade because of that. There's therefore a need for speedier, comprehensive resolution of debt burdens of countries. It's hard to run up a hill with a backpack of sand behind one's back. So while globally the Debt Service Suspension Initiative helped to defer due debt service payments, it only postponed it. It did not solve the problem. There is need for more timely, comprehensive debt treatment, debt restructuring, and debt resolution for African countries. And finally, Your Excellencies, the rules of global taxation, as President Ruto rightly mentioned, need to be modified to ensure that they are serving developing countries. Cooperation across jurisdictional tax rules is needed to avoid Africa losing taxes to multinational corporations that do illicit capital flows. And sometimes I hear a lot about illicit capital flows. It's not just African countries. In fact, quite a lot of multinational corporations have more lawyers, they have more accountants, they have more people than the whole country has. And therefore, we have to make sure that the whole issue of profits, tax avoidance, and profit-based shifting is addressed. In my view, if you do business in Africa, you should pay taxes in Africa. Your Excellencies, we look forward to hearing your views and perspectives, especially what the African Development Bank and all of us can do in the reforms of the global financial architecture. I'm particularly delighted that my dear brother and friend and colleague, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Al-Jazal, President and Chairman of the Islamic Development Bank Group, is here with us today at our annual meetings, and he will also be sharing with you some thoughts ahead of your conversation. Once again, thank you, Your Excellencies, for your participation. It's a great honor for us to have you. Thank you very much.
Just as Dr. Adeshina mentioned a few moments ago, we'd like to use this opportunity to welcome to the podium a friend of Africa and a friend of the African Development Bank, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Al-Jazal, President of the Islamic Development Bank, to give his keynote address.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Excellency President William Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellencies, Heads of State, Your Excellency, my dear brother and friend, Dr. Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, the honorable heads of international and regional institutions, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor to be part of this special gathering to celebrate the African Development Bank Group's 60 years of remarkable contributions to Africa's development journey. I am delighted to address such a distinguished audience today to share my thoughts on Africa's transformation, the African Development Bank Group, and the reform of the global financial architecture. Let me also take this opportunity to highlight the exceptional value we at the Islamic Development Bank place on our strategic partnership with the African Development Bank Group. It is a commitment to a shared dream of transforming the African continent and helping it deliver on its hopes and aspirations. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa, a continent full of promise and endowed with abundant resources. Africa, a continent that holds the dreams and aspirations of hundreds of millions of its people. Africa, a continent full of potential, yet grappling with critical challenges on its road to structural transformation. Since the turn of the century, many African countries have exhibited strong economic growth. A significant portion of this growth is the result of better macroeconomic management, higher investment and trade, larger regional markets, and to a lesser extent, some degree of structural transformation. Despite this progress, the core components of human development, including income levels and formal employment, remain low and vulnerable to shocks. This leads me to the key question that the region and its governments need to tackle in the coming years. What will it take to ensure that this higher growth is sustainable and inclusive? To foster and sustain development gains, economic growth alone is insufficient. African countries need to deepen their structural transformation to ensure a prosperous and secure future for all Africans. The priority will be on transforming natural resource-driven economies into knowledge-driven ones, while taking advantage of the region's demographic dividend. Reforms ought to focus on fostering a more conducive business environment to enhance competitiveness and encourage initiatives that take advantage of regional growth opportunities. In this regard, the African Continental Free Trade Area offers a huge potential for building regional supply chains, developing intra-African production networks in manufactured goods, and enhancing competitiveness. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa is on the ascent, and I am optimistic about its development prospects. However, recent estimates suggest that Africa will require an additional $200 billion annually to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Moreover, it is becoming increasingly evident that the current global financial system will not be able to provide the necessary support to achieve the ambitious transformative agenda of Africa. It is thus not surprising that there are calls for a rethink of this framework to make it more efficient and just, giving a greater voice to the global South. Additionally, significant resources are being diverted to debt servicing at the expense of critical investments in health and education. This situation clearly demands urgent reform. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the past 5 decades, the Islamic Development Bank Group has remained steadfast in its commitment to Africa's socio-economic development, By the end of 2023, our financing to Africa totaled approximately $74 billion, including $45 billion specifically dedicated to enhancing trade. Our efforts have been significantly strengthened through long-standing cooperation with development partners, including the African Development Bank. Between 2017 and 2023, we achieved the record co-financing volume of $2.9 billion with the African Development Bank, enabling us to co-finance 22 operations across diverse sectors, and some of them have been mentioned by my brother, Mr. Adesina. I am pleased to announce that during the Islamic Development Bank's Golden Jubilee celebrations in Riyadh last month, we further enhanced our partnership with the African Development Bank by expanding its scope and setting a higher co-financing target over the next 5 years. In this quest, where collaboration is paramount for success, the role of the Arab Coordination Group, or the ACG, in fostering development and progress across the African continent cannot be underestimated. To this end, the ACG has been a long-standing supporter of African countries and has cumulatively invested over $220 billion in the region to date. Bolstering its support for African partner countries, in November 2023, the ACG pledged a $50 billion financing envelope over the next 7 years to help build resilient infrastructure and inclusive societies in the African continent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we share common dreams for Africa, a continent free of poverty where no one is left behind, a continent of hope and prosperity driven by innovation and entrepreneurship, a continent providing meaningful employment opportunities for its youth. We remain steadfast in our commitment to work with our development partners to rekindle hope, to realize Africa's dreams of transformation, especially when we recall the wise words of our host, His Excellency President Ruto, and I hope he doesn't mind me quoting him, who said recently, only very recently, that Africa is neither facing east or west, but is facing forward. I wish you all successful deliberations throughout the remainder of this dialogue. I look forward to positive impact these discussions will have on shaping our strategies and actions to mobilize affordable financing for Africa's inclusive growth and structural transformation. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Many thanks, Dr. Al-Jazeer, for your keynote address and for framing many of the issues which will surround much of the presidential dialogues that have been convened this afternoon, or this morning and afternoon. At this point, I would like to invite members of the first presidential dialogue panel to take their seats on the platform. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Mr. Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Her Excellency Mrs. Sarah Kugon Gelwa Amadila, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, representing His Excellency Mr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Yunus El Menfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. His Excellency, Mr. Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. And last but certainly not the least, His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you, Excellencies, for joining us on this panel. Just a few rules here. One, because we are running behind time by probably almost 50 minutes. Each one of you will have about 3 minutes to respond to each of the questions that are posed to you. But I'd like to kickstart this dialogue, first of all, with a question for President Ruto. Just last week, you took America by storm. You were the talk of the town for a considerable amount of time in Atlanta and in Washington, D.C. The first African leader to go on a state visit to Washington, D.C. in 50 years. From all indications, a very, very successful mission, and we say congratulations to you and to Kenya. Now, for quite a while, you've been a very vocal advocate for reforming the global financial architecture, and we've heard much from you today. You've pretty much given us a tour de force of what Africa needs and what Africa needs to do. Now, considering that change is usually slow and not as quick as we anticipate it or want it to be, in terms of priorities in the short term, what do you think Africa should focus on, and what should be the major priorities moving forward?
Thank you very much. And again, let me take this opportunity to welcome all of us to Nairobi and Kenya. It is said that half the solution to a problem is identifying that there exists a problem. For a very long time, many people did not admit that there was something fundamentally wrong with the international financial architecture. In fact, initially, when voices were raised, they were dismissed. But I want to say today we are very proud, those of us, especially from this continent, who raised our voices, that today the conversation in the world is no longer whether we have a fit-for-purpose international financial architecture. Everybody admits that there is something fundamentally wrong with it. The issue in conversation now is where, how do we reform it? So the issue of reform is settled. It must be done. And I think it begins with, once we understand the problem, then it begins with where do we start? I think what we are saying is we need a financial architecture that has the following characteristics. Number one, long-term financing. 40 years, grace period, 10 years, or something in that order. Number two, low interest rates, concessional financing, including, where possible, grants. Number three, we also need financing at scale. The quantum is very important. And then number four, we also need financing that is agile, that is flexible, especially that responds, that is climate sensitive, so that if there are shocks, that financial architecture must be responsive, because climate change is the new normal. Switching from drought to floods progressively is becoming what it is. In Kenya, we had drought a year ago that decimated 2.5 million heads of livestock. This year, we are in floods that has taken the lives of 200 Kenyans. So this is the new reality. So the financial architecture that must be in place must respond to this climate reality that we have. And finally, is to be sensitive to sustainability. So our priority is to sort out the financial architecture. That's number one. Number two, our priority is to make sure that this continent, with its tremendous potential, we move it from potential to opportunity, from opportunity to investment. And finally, as I have said, even as we try to do something outside, we must also do something inside. That is why we are also looking at our own systems, our own governance, our own instruments. And that's why we are discussing, even internally, reform of the Africa Union, so that we are aligned as we reform the international financial architecture, as we reform the investment space to create opportunity for our assets. We must also reform our own institutions so that we align them and repurpose them to be in line with our aspirations and the outcomes we are looking for.
Thank you very much, President Ruto. In other words, reform is a two-way street. It's not just one way. But allow me to follow up very quickly. As we all know, Kenya and a number of other countries have been buffeted very devastatingly by extreme weather conditions, unpredictable weather conditions. And I think the projections for Kenya and other countries in the region are that over the next 7 years, we're still likely to see the same kind of weather patterns that we've seen this year. That being the case, and again, following a two-way reform process, what is it that African countries should be doing right now to mitigate the effects of climate change?
It is true that predictions are that Kenya and our region is going to have above normal rains for the next 7 years. That's a prediction. It is both positive and negative. And that is why, working with institutions like the Africa Development Bank, we are developing resilience instruments. It is the reason why we are having a conversation with the Africa Development Bank on our water infrastructure. How do we take care of this excess water? And how do we turn this excess water into an asset for making sure that we use it for our food security, we use it for the positive elements. So we must align our programs, our strategies with the reality of the moment and with the predicted reality of the future. So that is the alignment that we must do.
Thank you very much, President Ruto. I'm going to come to President Kagame next on a number of issues, particularly with regards to the global financial architecture, as well as the issue of reforms. Both yourself and President Ruto have been aligned. That being the case, what reforms do you really think should pave the way for giving Africa the resources that it needs to finance its own transformation and inclusive growth, even in the face of devastating climate change? What are the most critical reforms that you see and anticipate are needed?
Thank you. Let me quickly, first of all, and more importantly, thank our hosts, President Ruto, His Excellency, and also the President of the Africa Development Bank Group for inviting us here. Now, quickly to the point, we are talking about the architecture international financial architecture. Therefore, in mind, we have the architects. So what did the architect have in mind when they provided us with the architecture we have to deal with? They must have had their own interests. They must have framed things the way they wanted to benefit themselves, or maybe we can assume that they wanted to benefit the whole world. Now, we are here discussing the situation as it is, where we find there are enormous resources in this world, but inequitably distributed. So Africa has to look at itself and look at the whole world as it's set up. And we know in this world, people, countries, work for interests, their own interests. Africa's interests and the countries of our continent interests must be taken care of, beginning with ourselves. So, and we talk about speaking with one voice many times. It has to be one voice. It has also to be loud and clear and effective. For that to happen, we think about working together. We think about representation. And representation is not also just numbers. It's being able to speak out loudly and representing ourselves rather than having other people represent us. So it starts from what has been talked about, that is very important, whether it was in the speech of His Excellency President Ruto and His Excellency Musa Faki. Therefore, the reforms we are talking about is how do we disrupt, if you will, the current architecture as we have it, so that it includes significantly and visibly the interests of our continent. Our continent, whether it is the human resources or natural resources or any resources we are thinking about, how can anyone interested in the well-being of the people of this world sideline our continent? In actual fact, if you look at the facts as they are, in a few decades, the only place in this world that will be having a growing middle class is Africa, the only one. So it is even in the interests of the rest of the world that has marginalized Africa to contribute to the well-being of our continent, because the growth of Africa, based on this middle class, feeds into the growth of the rest of the world. So they should even be accepting some of these proposals in self-interest, because Africa grows, the whole world grows. But Africa cannot wait to be handed this opportunity by anybody else. We therefore must be on the front line, really fighting for this right, and therefore for ourselves, but also which contributes to the well-being of the rest of the world.
President Kagame, I want to be a little bit provocative here. I've been coming to Kenya for probably 30 years, and there are places that I used to know that I no longer recognize. Why? Because the city's architects have changed the landscape. Now, most of the Bretton Woods institutions were created 60 to 80 years ago at a different time from the one that we live in. So, if we're going to talk about reform, it's not just the access to resources. It's looking at those institutions that were created back then and asking the question, are they still relevant to the needs of today? What is your thought about redesigning a lot of these institutions to make them fit for purpose?
Well, absolutely. It's a no-brainer that what worked 50 years ago or designed 50 years ago, things have changed, and therefore a rethink of a new design that fits the purpose must be into play. There's no question about it. But here what we are talking about is not simply an argument of whether, this is fit for purpose or this. I think everybody understands that point. But there are philosophies, if you will, or interests or that operate behind that. For us in Africa, we are hard-pressed to see that there is a change of these and in the design of these institutions. But maybe the way the institutions are set up, benefiting some parts of the world, those in those parts of the world are not interested in having the change happen because it gives them control, it gives them say over other people's resources even. So it's not that people don't understand. Especially for Africa, we understand it better because of how we are affected. But the other parts of the world that have the power and control, it's also not because they don't understand, but it is because that it serves them very well, benefits them, that they are not interested or they are slow in allowing change to happen. So it's not a very complicated thing to understand. Everybody understands that. What is complicated is to reach this understanding and compromise that we don't lose anything by having everybody benefit as we should benefit, all of us. That's where the issue lies. And therefore, the reforms are based on this thinking. We are only looking for the pathways to having the reforms implemented that provide us with less costs than having to fight so much over what is obvious that actually benefits all of us, as I say.
Thank you very much, President Kagame. I'm going to come next to President Al-Menfi. Let me bring it closer home. Obviously, your country has had quite a number of challenges economically in recent times. What areas do you think that the African Development Bank can support Libya in the best to help you reach that last mile of reaching economic transformation in your country?
شكرا جزيلا. أنا أعطي فرصة حتى للترجمة إذا كان في I will talk in Arabic.
And President El-Melfi, if you could just move your microphone a little bit closer to you.
في البداية أحب أن أشكر فخامة الرئيس روتو على الضيافة وحسن الاستقبال والشعب الكيني، وأيضا على مجهوده الكبير الذي يقوم به في هذا التحول الذي أعتبره هو نقلة مهمة جدا في التحول المالي وكيفية معالجة المؤسسات المالية في أفريقيا. والحقيقة أيضا أريد أن أؤكد على نقطة أخرى، وهو أن أحيانا في بعض الدول الأفريقية الحاجة تكون للعناصر الفنية وللخبرات وليس المالية، وهذا ما يسمى بالتوأمة وما يسمى بالتكامل المالي داخل أفريقيا، والذي نرجو أن يكون هو الطموح الذي نريد أن نصل عليه. كل المؤسسات المالية أسست في فترة كانت فيها الدول الأفريقية قابعة تحت الاستعمار، وبالتالي أسست وفق آليات معينة لا تخدم أفريقيا، لكن أفريقيا اليوم هي أفريقيا أكثر تطوراً، أفريقيا فيها العديد من الثروات من الموارد، وبالتالي قدرة أفريقيا اليوم على البناء والتنمية تختلف عن أي وقت ماضي. والحقيقة نحن نريد أن نؤكد على أن الدور الذي قامت به ليبيا في فترات زمنية في عدة دول أفريقية، مستعدة ليبيا اليوم أنها تدعم هذا الاستثمار الذي قامت به في دول أفريقية. يحتاج فقط إلى بعض الترتيبات المالية والضمانات المالية مع بعضنا كأفارقة. فليبيا مثال، ربما تكون ليبيا في استقرارها السياسي هي العنصر الذي سيساعد هذه المؤسسات المالية، وخصوصا أننا نتحدث الآن على 3 مؤسسات مالية مهمة جدا، والحديث فيها عن البنك الأفريقي للتنمية وكذلك البنك الأفريقي للاستثمار الذي يوجد الآن في طرابلس، ونحن بصدد يعني استكمال كل الإجراءات التنفيذية الخاصة به، وسيكون داعم في العديد من الدول الأفريقية، وربما هو سيكون إضافة حقيقية للاستقرار المالي في أفريقيا. نحن نريد أن يكون هناك أيضا تبادل ما بين، سواء كان بين الدول أو على مستوى الاتحاد الأفريقي داخل ليبيا في الاستيراد والتصدير، وهذا تحدث عليه فخامة الرئيس، والنسب اللي تحدثوا عليها سواء كان التبادل داخل أوروبا أو آسيا. نحن في أفريقيا محتاجين أن يكون عندنا هذا الأمر. فليبيا هي بحاجة إلى تعاون أفريقي، لأن ليبيا هي دائما تنظر إلى بعدها الأفريقي. ليبيا تريد أن تستكمل كل ما بدأ تجاه أفريقيا، لأننا نحن نؤمن بأن قوة ليبيا هي من قوة أفريقيا، وقوة أفريقيا من قوة ليبيا، وبالتالي استثماراتنا عندما تتجه إلى الجنوب خصوصا
Gungelwa Amadila. Kindly forgive me. I know that my pronunciation is not too correct, but please forgive me here. I'm very, very particular about pronouncing names properly. Now, your country, Namibia, was one of the first to attain upper middle income status in Africa. A great accomplishment. What are some of the lessons that the rest of Africa can take away from Namibia in this regard? I think your microphone is off.
Yes, thank you very much, moderator. And I would like to extend our appreciation to President Ruto for the invitation extended to our president to attend. Unfortunately, he could not attend due to other commitments and has asked me to represent him. Yes, Namibia has achieved the status of an upper middle income country. We decided right after independence, which came after a prolonged bloody armed struggle, that we are going to promote peace and stability so that we can inspire the confidence of investors to come to the country, and we can create an environment where economic activities can be pursued so that development is achieved. We also adopted economic policies that ensured macroeconomic stability and also incentivized investors, both local and international, to come to the country. We invested significantly in infrastructure and in the development of the human capital. We have a very youthful population. We still have challenges in that regard, but education and training continues to be a priority. In spite, I must say, of the fact that we have managed to record positive economic growth almost every year since independence, except in a few years when we were faced with emergencies like COVID, droughts, and floods, and we are very prone to these disasters. We, however, still face challenges of inequities. The bulk of the population, who are the indigenous communities, living in poverty, and much of the wealth is owned by Namibians of European extraction. So that is one of the serious challenges that we have to address. The second challenge is the fact that because we are a commodity-based economy for the most part, the growth in GDP did not necessarily translate in proportional growth in employment and poverty reduction. So although we have reduced poverty, we still have significant number of people that are poor, and also many of our young people are still struggling to find employment. So we consider it a priority to diversify the economy, to promote value addition, so that we can create jobs and also reduce the vulnerability of the economy to external shocks, including the shocks to droughts and floods. And actually, as we speak now, Namibia is experiencing one of the worst droughts that we have faced. About 1 million people are depending on government support to be able to survive, because the harvest was very poor, the rains were late and grossly inadequate. So we do have those challenges, and we are also prioritizing, because we are a small population, we are only 3 million, and we are vast in terms of infrastructure. It's very costly to put them up. We are prioritizing integration with the rest of the continent, so that we are not limited in what we produce by our small population.
Well, thank you very much, Prime Minister Madila. Very much appreciated. I'm going to come next to His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat. Now, in your position as AU chairperson, you have a front row seat on what's going on in different parts of the continent. What's your assessment of the progress that we're making in terms of structural reforms on the continent? Are we on track, or is there much more that we need to do?
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais rappeler qu'il y a 4 jours, nous avons célébré le 61e anniversaire de l'Organisation de l'Unité africaine, qui est devenue en 2002 l'Union africaine. La BAD également a 60 ans. La BAD est l'une des institutions qui a été expressément chargée par l'Union africaine à mobiliser des ressources pour la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063 que que nous nous sommes donnés au 50e anniversaire de notre organisation. Il y a 8 ans, en juillet 2016, à Kigali, la conférence des chefs d'État a évalué la situation du continent et a décidé d'une réforme institutionnelle et financière de l'Union africaine. Cette tâche a été demandée expressément au président Paul Kagame, qui a fait un excellent travail et il a passé les témoins au cours du dernier sommet au président Ruto. Parce que nous nous sommes rendus compte qu'il faut nécessairement, pour pouvoir compter sur le plan international, il faut que nous-mêmes, à l'intérieur du continent, nous nous réformions. Nous avons un agenda très ambitieux, l'agenda 2063. Et il nous faut d'abord donc faire des réformes de notre institution qui est l'Union africaine pour pouvoir parler d'une seule voix. Parce que l'Afrique, ses ressources sont connues. D'abord, les ressources humaines, 1,4 million d'habitants, 30 millions de kilomètres carrés, des ressources naturelles innombrables. Mais malgré tout ça, nous n'avons pas pu réaliser les attentes des populations africaines. Donc, la première des choses, c'est une réforme endogène au sein du continent pour nous donner les meilleurs moyens pour pouvoir discuter sur l'arène internationale. Cette réforme est en cours, des progrès importants ont été réalisés, mais il n'en demeure pas moins que nous faisons face, il faut le dire honnêtement, encore à des réflexes de souveraineté étriqués au niveau des États. L'Afrique ne peut compter qu'unie, intégrée. C'est ça le sens de l'agenda 2063, qui veut une Afrique intégrée, prospère et en paix. Sur le plan international, les institutions de Bretton Woods, l'Organisation des Nations Unies, toutes sont la résultante de la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Ce sont ceux qui étaient les vainqueurs qui ont mis en place ces institutions. 70-80 ans après, il est évident que ces institutions ont vécu. Ce ne sont plus les mêmes défis, ce n'est plus la même configuration, ni sur le plan démographique, ni sur le plan géopolitique, ni sur le plan financier. Il y a une nécessité de réformer ces institutions, notamment les institutions financières. L'Afrique a été le cobaye, il faut le dire, à différentes approches. Les programmes d'ajustement structurel dans leurs différentes phases, comment il faut réduire la pauvreté, toutes ces politiques ont montré leurs limites. Aujourd'hui, l'Afrique vient avec ses priorités, avec une planification bien établie et demande à la communauté internationale, ce n'est pas une charité, c'est de pouvoir accepter l'Afrique dans sa diversité avec son potentiel et la traiter seulement d'égal avec les autres régions du monde pour lui donner la possibilité de se développer. Je crois qu'il y a un travail important à faire et il faut que les partenaires, ceux qui tiennent le haut du pavé, puissent comprendre la nécessité. Si on veut un monde pacifique, un monde solidaire, il faut nécessairement voir l'Afrique d'une autre façon. Il n'en demeure pas moins que pour nous, nous-mêmes, il faut qu'on améliore notre gouvernance, qu'elle soit politique, institutionnelle, économique et financière, mais il faut également que la communauté internationale, si on veut un monde de stabilité, revoie également ces règles qui ont été édictées il y a 80 ans et qui ne correspondent pas du tout à la réalité d'aujourd'hui. Voilà où nous nous trouvons.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I'm going to go just from the point you just made right now over to President Kagame. Now, no one is in any doubt that reshaping and reforming the global financial architecture is going to be a walk in the park. It's going to have its own challenges. And it would seem that doing so, the reforms that we need are going to be both short-term and long-term. This being the case, what must Africa do to ensure that it strengthens its voice and it is able to engage in ongoing conversations on reforming the global financial architecture? What is it that we need to do on a consistent basis. So this isn't just a one-off conversation. What are the things that we need to do in the global space?
We must walk the talk because we have discussed these issues for many years, as I can remember, and we are saying the right things. So we must start doing the right things that we know. How? One is being together. We must, as I said, the unit of our continent through the African Union and other institutions, including this bank that invited us here, the African Development Bank. It's all about Africa. First of all, we must have it in our mind. And therefore, there is a need for mindset change from the past to the present. And we cannot be served well in our intentions for the future if we are not thinking correctly, acting correctly right now. So when we have been talking about the African Union reforms, as His Excellency President Ruto, my brother, mentioned earlier, you know, before I handed over to the President, I had been carrying out these tasks. I mean, there is no secret here. I just say it as it is. We agreed many things. Most of the countries were represented in the room, heads of state and government. We have agreed many things that need to be done because it is right and it is the only thing that can deliver what we want. Few years later, 2 years maybe from the time we decided, we have discussions in Addis at the African Union headquarters. You find some of the, 50% of the things we agreed have changed. And you're asking the same leaders in the room, you say, what happened? What we are saying now that we must be doing is what we agreed 2 years ago. Why have we not done exactly what we agreed? And nobody gives an answer. So we cannot escape this. We cannot escape doing the very things we have agreed to do because we know that is what is going to deliver what we want for our continent. There is no other way I can put it. There is no magic wand that is in anybody's hand to bring the change that we want. So when we are here discussing and everybody is listening and we are listening to ourselves, we must get out of this room with a commitment, a conviction that we can actually deliver what the continent wants, and we are the ones to do that. The rest will continue to be discussions back and forth, speeches back and forth, but we will not get the results. But some progress has been made. It is a slow progress. Even then we are saying we can't afford to move slowly. It's urgent. It's long overdue. So that's what we need to be working on as we move forward. And that's the hard task. I was happy to hand over to my brother here to... He's younger, so I think he has what it takes to do that. But he will need our support, all of us.
And I believe that President Ruto indeed will move with speed, as he has shown even here in Kenya, and we believe that he will do the same for the continent. I just want to quickly touch base with Your Excellency Musa Faki. With regards to the global financial architecture, how do you see that dovetailing into the ambitions of Agenda 2063?
Je crois que, permettez-moi.
And I ask that question because a lot has happened, and a lot has changed, and a lot has been transformed on the global scene since Agenda 2063 came into place. And that's still a long way off. But what are your thoughts in this regard?
Je voudrais d'abord remercier le président Kagame et le président Ruto qui mènent cette importante réforme au sein de l'Union africaine. Il est évident que si nous allons en rang dispersé, on ne peut pas influer sur la réforme des institutions financières internationales. Ça, c'est une évidence. Et donc, plus nous travaillons pour resserrer les rangs, partir avec une position commune africaine, mieux c'est pour nous pour pouvoir espérer modifier les règles qui sont en cours. Aujourd'hui, l'Afrique a une image qui n'est pas la photographie réelle du continent. On nous prend comme un continent à risque. Et donc, les taux sont extrêmement élevés. Le président Ruto l'a dit, il a donné des chiffres, peut-être 9 fois, 10 fois les taux qui sont utilisés ailleurs. Et donc, pour pouvoir financer l'agenda 2063, et notamment les projets phares sur lesquels travaille le NEPAD, l'ODA-NEPAD, la Banque africaine de développement et les autres institutions, y compris la Commission de l'Union africaine, on a besoin de financement. Et ces financements ne peuvent pas être mobilisés uniquement en Afrique. Il faut évidemment que les règles en matière d'investissement, en matière de taux, soient révisées pour que le continent africain puisse, comme les autres régions du monde, pouvoir être investi sur le marché international. L'effort africain est en train d'être fait. Il faut bien que la communauté internationale, le système international lui-même s'adapte pour pouvoir, de manière juste et équitable, donner la chance au continent africain de pouvoir se développer. On ne peut pas continuer à être juste un réservoir de matières premières, un champ de bataille géopolitique, et c'est ça les risques majeurs. Nous avons été un théâtre, et nous risquons encore d'être un théâtre dans la bataille des grandes puissances économiques, et c'est ça le risque le plus important. Plus, nous, en notre sein, il faut qu'on travaille en rang serré pour pouvoir parler d'une seule voix et constituer une force de négociation avec les partenaires, parce que l'un des pas importants de notre agenda, c'est également le partenariat. On ne peut pas se développer en autarcie, c'est évident. Et donc, il nous faut pouvoir, dans le cadre de notre partenariat, parler d'une seule voix. Malheureusement, je regrette de le dire, jusqu'à là, nous n'avons pas cette force unificatrice qui parle d'une seule voix qui peut peser réellement sur l'ordre des choses. Donc c'est un défi à la fois pour nous-mêmes, sur nous-mêmes et vis-à-vis de la communauté internationale, notamment les institutions financières internationales.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm just going to provide each one of our panelists with a closing comment as we bring this session to a close, keeping in mind, again, the theme of this conversation, Africa's transformation agenda. But I'd like you to focus in on what the African Development Bank can still do to help achieve the agenda. Yes, you've been very glowing in all of your assessments and the reports on the bank and the work that Dr. Additioner and the rest of his team are doing. What is that extra mile that the African Development Bank needs to take to help unleash some of the potential and bring to fruition the ideas that we're talking about today? I'm going to start with Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of Namibia first, and work our way backwards, but leave the last word for President Ruto.
Yes, thank you very much. I would say first we applaud the ADB for the work that it has done in terms of mobilizing funding and the good governance that is prevailing at the institution that inspires the trust of the partners to work with the bank to raise funds to support development in Africa. The first point that I would like to raise is one that relates to funding for middle-income countries, drawing from the experience of Namibia. This is a challenge that we face everywhere, including at the ADB. Because of the higher per capita income, in spite of the inequities that I have referred to, the high unemployment and high levels of poverty, we get funding that is quite pricey, making it difficult for us to raise the adequate resources to fund development. Secondly, I would advise the bank, and I think it is amenable in that regard, as we do also advise other funders, to look at how their support can assist countries to develop their local capital markets. Because Namibia is one of those countries that have a relatively developed capital market, but not optimally developed, to be able to ensure intermediation. We actually export capital, whereas we borrow externally. So that is an aspect that is very important for us. Then there is the issue of funding to private sector, apart from funding government, without the requirement of government to provide a collateral, and partnering with private financial institutions so that their capacity that is here is also shared with African financial institutions to be able to support development in those countries. And obviously, we would like funding to really prioritize growth-enhancing measures, measures that support economic growth, that support diversification and value adding. We are mineral resources endowed as a continent, but because mining itself is not job intensive, we need to develop the full value chain of our mineral resources. And we thank the bank for advocating for increased special drawing rights for African countries, and we would like it to also amplify the voice of middle-income countries so that we can raise more resources. There have been talks about also equity in terms of the harnessing of benefits from natural resources. This is something that is important for us as African countries, being the host of most of the resources. We want to share equitably in the benefits in supporting capacity to fight illicit flows of capital, so that we obviate the need for our countries to rely on external borrowings. Countries like Namibia could actually develop self-sufficiency in terms of funding if we can address illicit flows and we can optimize capital markets development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Amadia. Very excellent points, and I'm sure Dr. Adishna is listening. Thank you very much for your input there. We're going to come next to President Kagame.
I will try to be very brief. I think very good points have been made by the Prime Minister of Namibia. But I want to thank the African Development Bank's president and his team, who have done a very good job of mobilizing resources for our continent and also leveraging them, those resources, to broaden the investments as we need them on our continent. And I would only, with the support of everyone on our continent, would urge him to even mobilize more resources, especially the private sector resources to be invested on our continent, because other sources are not enough in and of themselves. We have seen, for example, the time of COVID and towards the end, when the SDRs that were mobilized, we had 5% of that, of the 650 billion that was, so 5% of that for the whole continent of Africa is very small. So whichever sources we have, alone they are not enough. We need to diversify, therefore, the sources of the money that we need to invest on our continent. And I think that helps development of Africa to realize the agenda that is set for the 2063. And therefore, I thank all the leaders of our continent so that we continue to work together to support Africa Development Bank institution.
Thank you very much, President Kagame. And we'll go next to President Al-Menfi for your thoughts in this regard.
شكرا جزيلا. أيضا أنا أحاول الاختصار. أؤكد أيضا على أن الدور اللي يقوم به البنك الأفريقي للتنمية في أفريقيا وما سمعنا عليه حتى من خلال العرض اليوم هو دور مهم جدا، ونحن ندعم هذا الدور ومستعدين أن نكون في دعمنا أكثر تطورا خلال الفترة القادمة في مجالات عدة، وأيضا كيفية التعاون وبيننا وبين هذا البنك خلال الفترة القادمة حتى نطور من ليبيا ومن أفريقيا بشكل عام. ولكن أريد أن أؤكد على أن السير في مسيرة الإصلاح في المؤسسات المالية الدولية اللي نحن تحدثنا عنها لابد أن يكون هو الحفاظ على موقف موحد أفريقي والتمسك به حتى نتمكن من الانتهاء من تأسيس المؤسسات المالية الأفريقية، ومنها على سبيل المثال المصرف الأفريقي للاستثمار اللي تحدثت عليه، واللي نتمنى أن الدول اللي لم تعتمد هذا المصرف تقوم بالاعتماد، لأنه سيكون عنصر من عناصر البناء في أفريقيا، وعلينا جميعا كقادة أفارقة أن ننفذ مقررات الاتحاد الأفريقي والتي تمثل مواقف موحدة. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And last, well, not last actually, because we're going to come to President Ruto later on. I'm going to ask the AU Chair, Musa Faki, for your thoughts in this regard.
Let me congratulate FDB and his team, and particularly my brother, Dr. Adesina. They did very well, and they're doing very well. I hope they will act in the future in complementarity and also in coordination with other partners in the continent. Because we have also a partnership with China, with India, with Arab countries through the Islamic Development Bank. And I think this coordination and this complementarity will allow us to implement our agenda, the 2063 Agenda, African Agenda.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. One of the recurring comments here concerns the private sector and the resources that are needed. And as Dr. Adesina has said quite recently, there is a need for reform of the MDBs, but in particular the African Development Bank, to change its instruments in ways that enable it to be much more active in the private sector. So we do trust and hope that as leaders, that both yourself and your governors will support the bank in that regard to enable it to do a whole lot more. We're going to give the last word at this point to our host, President William Samoei Ruto. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me thank fellow panelists here for all the very positive and informative comments they have made about this very important subject. Let me pick up from where President Kagame left. He told us, let's begin by believing in ourselves. It's a very important issue that we must believe in ourselves first. We must stop outsourcing problems we have created or outsourcing solutions we can provide for ourselves. There are things we can do to sort out some of the challenges we are facing. And in the context of Africa Development Bank, we all admit that Africa Development Bank has demonstrated understanding of our financial needs, and they have developed innovative instruments to work on food security, infrastructure, water development, youth entrepreneurship, women. They have demonstrated. What ADB wants or needs from us is us to believe in them the way they believe in us. Provide support for ADB, and that is why we are voicing our support for replenishment of ADF, $25 billion. We are enhancing our own support through enhancing our shareholding in Africa Development Bank. We must support these institutions. Africa Development Bank here, Afri-Exim, Trade Development Bank, all the other financial institutions in our continent. We must give them the stamp of approval as leaders in this continent and support them. That way, they can support us. Secondly, we must believe in ourselves. You know, President Kagame warned me when he handed over the baton of this reform to me that this job is not very easy. And that you have heard him say we need to move fast. Luckily, I come from a country of athletes. Running fast will not be a problem. My only worry is that we should not leave anybody behind so that we can move together. And hopefully, we are all listening as leaders here that we need to believe in ourselves. Whatever, we must walk the talk. We must believe in ourselves. We must do this because it is necessary for us. We can never go wrong by doing the right thing. And finally, let me ask ADB, looking into the future, give them two assignments. We need to write a new narrative for Africa. We have been profiled negatively for far too long. Please, if you can support an Africa Credit Rating Agency that will be factual about the situation in Africa. Let me give you an example. We went to the market as Kenya. And then there was a situation in Niger. And we were told, you are going to pay 2 points more because there was a situation in Niger. Niger is very far from Kenya. You know? But somewhere, somebody sitting in Washington or some other place thinks Niger is in Nairobi. You know? So please, if you can work on an Africa Credit Agency that will help put factual information into the financial architecture so that this unnecessary risk profiling is reduced. Let me ask you for one more thing, which you believe in, Mr. Adesina, before you leave office next year, before you move on to another assignment. You have talked about that in the calculation of our GDP, the huge resources, mineral resources that we have are not factored. The huge energy resources, renewable energy resources are not factored. The huge resources we have, having 60% of Africa's, or the world's actually, remaining uncultivated arable land is not factored. Our provision of natural carbon sinks is not factored in our GDP. And that is why most of the time we are told our debt is not sustainable, because our own GDP is not correctly evaluated. Please, if you can work with us to get the true valuation of our GDP so that we can drive Africa's development in a positive manner. I don't think those are too many assignments, Desina. I am I'm very optimistic that these are assignments you can undertake on all our behalf as we drive the continent's prosperity into the future. And thank you very much.
Excellent closing thoughts from President Ruto. Support the bank strongly, stop outsourcing problems, and stop outsourcing solutions that we have answers for. Believe in ourselves, write a new narrative, develop, as a matter of urgency, an African credit rating agency, as well as re-evaluate our resources. Excellent closing thoughts. I want to say a very big thank you to all of our presidential delegates, our panelists during this session for your excellent thoughts. You've given us much food for thought. Again, we thank you, President Ruto, President Kagame, President Al-Menfi, Prime Minister Kugon Gelwa Amadia, and AU Commission Chair Musa Faki. Thank you for enriching our conversation this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, could you kindly give our distinguished presidential panelists a warm round of applause and thank them for their leadership of our continent. Again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Kindly give our presidential panelists really a warm round of applause once again. Now, in less than 5 minutes, the technical crew will carry out a name change on the platform, and then we'll segue into our second presidential dialogue session and pick up from where we just left on the same theme of Africa's transformation, the African Development Bank, and the reform of the global financial architecture. Now, following the second presidential dialogue, we will transition into the launch of an event that will officially mark the beginning of celebrations for the African Development Bank's 60th anniversary. Even though officially this will be marked on September 10th, we will kickstart that celebration today. We highly suggest that you remain in your seats for what will be a spectacular performance. And once I get the cue, we will transition into our, there we go. They've moved actually a lot faster than I thought. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it really is an honor to invite to the podium for our second African Development Bank annual meeting's presidential dialogue this morning, His Excellency Mr. Joaquim Alberto Chissano, former President of the Republic of Mozambique. Please give His Excellency a warm round of applause as he takes his seat on the platform. Your Excellency, the platform is yours. And President Chissano will be followed by His Excellency Mr. Prosper Bazombanza, the Vice President of the Republic of Burundi, representing His Excellency Mr. Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. Please give him a warm welcome. We also have with us His Excellency Mr. Emerson Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Please give him a warm welcome as he makes his way to the platform. And last but certainly not the least, His Excellency Mr. Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo. Please give him a warm welcome. I have just been informed that we have been joined by the President of Somalia. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. Your Excellencies, welcome to the second presidential dialogue session. It's a pleasure having you with us this morning. Now, our first question goes this morning to Your Excellency President Nguesso. Several leaders, including Dr. Adesina, have called for new metrics for measuring the wealth of our respective nations. And President Ruto just spoke about that a few moments ago. And that this should not just be based on GDP alone. What, to your mind, will be the benefits of properly valuing natural capital of African countries? What difference would that make, Your Excellency?
Merci. Je voudrais d'abord remercier mes frères et amis, le président Ruto et le président Adesina qui ont eu l'amabilité de nous inviter à prendre part à cette importante rencontre. Et en réalité, nous n'aurons pas beaucoup de choses nouvelles parce que tout a été dit. Et je crois que nous nous accordons tous pour dire que le poids des dettes plombe totalement les économies africaines, le poids des dettes, les taux d'intérêt exorbitants et freinent le développement. Nous convenons tous ensemble que l'Afrique, si elle n'a pas des infrastructures de base, par exemple les communications, les routes, les chemins de fer, les voies navigables, et comment pourrait-elle faire fonctionner la ZLECAf? Le président Ruto parle de commerce à l'intérieur de l'Afrique. Ce commerce ne peut pas se faire sans les infrastructures. Et on dit ces derniers temps qu'il y a près de 600 millions d'Africains qui n'ont pas accès à l'électricité. Et je salue le président Adesina qui nous annonçait que d'ici peut-être 2030-32, quelques 300 millions, je me trompe peut-être des chiffres, Africains pourraient avoir accès à l'électricité. Alors, vous posez le problème de nos ressources naturelles. Et les frères ici en ont parlé. Oui, l'Afrique regorge de ses ressources naturelles, mais elles ne sont pas prises en compte dans l'évaluation du PIB et des économies africaines. C'est là la question. Je prends un exemple concret. Le bassin du Congo et des réserves forestières immenses. Les tourbières du bassin du Congo. La contre-valeur qui résulterait de ces réserves forestières, des tourbières du bassin du Congo, si elles étaient prises en compte dans l'évaluation des richesses des États, le PIB de ces États serait placé à un niveau qui permettrait aux États d'emprunter plus, d'avoir plus de moyens pour engager les efforts de développement. Les infrastructures dont nous parlons coûtent très cher. La Banque africaine de développement a fait le maximum. Les chiffres ont été présentés ici. En cela, nous saluons l'action de notre frère ami, le président Adesina, qui a placé aujourd'hui la Banque africaine de développement à un niveau élevé. Mais cela ne suffit pas. Comment l'Afrique pourrait-elle manquer tant d'électricité? Et pourquoi donc l'Afrique ne réussitait pas à construire, je prends un exemple, le barrage d'Inga dans le bassin du Congo, qui amenait l'électricité au-delà du bassin du Congo, peut-être même jusqu'au Cap, en Afrique du Sud. Voilà le problème. Évaluer les richesses naturelles de l'Afrique, des États africains, et les intégrer dans le PIB et de ces États, et je crois que cela donnerait de plus grandes possibilités de financement des efforts de développement de l'Afrique. Et ce combat, nous devons le mener. Et j'invite le président Labad à se joindre à un certain nombre de dirigeants africains pour que cette bataille soit menée immédiatement, que nous ne passions pas notre temps qu'en parole. Et je dois aussi demander au président Ruto, parce que l'année dernière, au mois de juin, nous nous étions retrouvés à Paris pour parler de la même chose, le nouveau pacte financier, c'était cela le thème, le nouveau pacte financier mondial. Et à cette occasion, le président Ruto avait fait une déclaration magistrale. Je crois qu'il avait même été intégré au groupe qui devait, je crois, concrètement réfléchir sur ces réformes. J'interpelle là Le président Ruto, malheureusement, il pourra même reprendre la parole pour nous fixer où en sommes-nous avec tout cela, pour que nous ne passions pas notre temps en discours et en paroles, et puis les actions concrètes ne suivent pas. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You make an excellent point here, the need for a reevaluation of the value of our natural resources, with the paradox being that we're resource-rich, but GDP poor. Excellent points, Your Excellency. I come next to President Mnangagwa. As a leader whose country is going through a debt resolution process, in your view, what is the main weakness with the current framework for debt resolution? You've faced a number of challenges in the last few years, but what would you consider to be the main weaknesses of the current situation that you're dealing with?
May you repeat your question?
The question is, as a leader whose country is going through a debt resolution process.
Still, I don't understand.
Oh, sorry, Your Excellency. I was saying that as a leader whose country is going through a debt resolution process, in your view, what is the main weakness of the current framework for debt resolution, particularly as it concerns African countries? And in particular, your circumstances in Zimbabwe.
Well, thank you very much. May I first express, on behalf of my delegation, the warm reception we've received since our arrival here, this beautiful city, Nairobi. The problem that faces Africa. We have the history of colonialism. That history has burdened independent African countries for a long time. I believe that very few countries have shaken off the burden of colonialism after independence. For a long time, independent African countries continued to focus in terms of relations to their former colonial masters. It is now, in recent history, that we have begun to collaborate as African countries among ourselves, changing focus from the former colonial masters, relating to ourselves. Africa as a continent has resources enough to develop, modernize, and industrialize our continent as a people. But it has taken us long to shift from the focus of believing that our development must be linked to our former colonial masters. Africa has resources that, if we correctly focus on the domestic resources we have on the continent, we have resources to develop our countries. Most importantly, in my view, since the Second Republic in Zimbabwe, we have decided that to develop our country, we must embrace science and technology. All our universities in Zimbabwe now have a serious bias towards science and technology, because we realize that the countries that have developed have done so on the basis of science and technology. we have introduced focus that in the past we had graduates from our universities who spoke English very well, but did not produce a product. So it is critically important that our younger generation must have the pride either to produce a product or a service. In the same manner, our universities must produce products where, when they leave university, they contribute to their country by producing a product or a service. The first world is the first world because they have produced products for themselves. They have produced a service which serves their own demands, their own communities. So that's what we must do. So Africa must shift its focus towards science and technology, which brings about a service to the people, a product to the people. The things that we need, yes, there is the philosophy or the understanding that you cannot invent the wheel. But it is necessary that we change our approach to development and modernization by embracing, in fact, as a continent, we have everything at our disposal to modernize, mechanize our agriculture, our education system should produce students who, when they leave university, they should have the pride that they have the capacity to produce a service for their country. They have a pride that they are producing products for their country. And that way, without much reliance on Europe, Asia, whatever, but exchanging scientifically the resources and knowledge among ourselves as African countries, I can see our country developing very, very fast. It is in my belief that those countries in Africa, on the African continent, who are doing well, they are doing well because they have internal domestic focus. What do they have? What can service their needs at the domestic level, as a country, as a people, both in terms of products and in terms of services? And if we all collaborate as an African country, as a continent, I believe that our pace for development and modernization will be faster. But if we continue to develop our countries in silos, it will take longer. In the past, for instance, in the past, which our founding fathers were able to move away from, if a delegation was leaving Mozambique wanting to come to Angola, they would first go to Portugal, to Europe, and then come down to Angola. And yet we should have the means to fly directly from Mozambique to Angola. If we wanted to go to Ghana, we'd first fly to London and then come back to Africa to Ghana. That shows how disconnected Africa was. And we must begin to have internal connections by ourselves. And as a continent, I believe that my dear brother here, Sesengeso, spoke about the possibility of generation of power in the Congo, which would service the entire African continent and even have access for Southern Europe on the Congo River. But to achieve that will require the collaboration of the entire African continent to put resources to achieve that which is possible to service Africa. But now, we work in silos and look forward and look up to Europe or some other former colonial powers to service and develop our own region. Okay. I'm happy that now there's a crop of African leaders who now focus on the collaboration of the developing of our respective countries by collaborating among ourselves. It could be in agriculture, it could be in education, and so on. For instance, in Zimbabwe, for all along, we were relying on importing wheat from Ukraine throughout. And yet, it is possible to grow enough wheat for ourselves. When we looked at it and said, how much wheat do we need per year and how much hectares of land do we need per year to grow the wheat we want? That same application, that same approach can apply to every single African country. The continent has land enough, arable land enough to produce food for Africa and surplus. But we don't do it. You still have countries in Africa who import food from Europe. Why? Because we have not broken that link between past colonialism and independence. It is still lingering in the minds of those who have not been able to move away. So, platforms like this one, where we share ideas, it is my belief that they're very useful because then we realize that if we collaborate, we have the chance of developing our respective economy far more than when we work in silos. For instance, the former colonized countries by Britain or the Anglo side of the Anglo former colonies speak to themselves. The French speak to themselves. Now, you now have Africa being divided between the divisions in Europe. The English on their side, the French on their side, and they bring that baggage to us. As we are here, I need somebody if I want to talk to my brother who speaks French and I speak English, we need an interpreter. So we must find a way where ourselves as Africa focus on integrating our systems. Let us in Zimbabwe learn languages so that we can speak to Mozambique, we can speak to the Congo. But no, we have to master English or French, foreign languages in Europe in order to speak to ourselves in Africa. My brother here, President Ruto, speaks Swahili. Swahili is spoken in many countries. Why don't we speak Swahili or make Swahili a national a language so that we can speak to each other? But no, we find pride in speaking English or French. You see? So you get married to a beautiful woman because you speak good French or good English. If you continue to speak your own domestic language, your own language, no one, they think you are primitive.
President Nangwa, we're going to have
Thank you very much.
We're going to have to move on to the next panelist, but you've made quite a number of points here that I think the major takeaways for us is really a shift in the consumer mindset to a production mindset, greater self-reliance, and interconnectedness and collaboration. So thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm going to come next to President Sheikh Mahmoud. Climate and global shocks have become major deterrents to sustained and predictable growth and transformation. So what concrete actions are you taking to ensure that Somalia is able to withstand the proverbial storm and build resilience in spite of these shocks?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me follow my other colleagues to thank His Excellency President Ruto, the people and the government of Kenya for the warm reception that we received here in this August city of Nairobi. Regarding the question that you said, yes, true, Somalia is a country that has been in a very unique situation for a couple of decades now. But there has always been a progress that the country was making. Of course, we say we are slow. We deserve to do much faster progress than we did. The challenge, the phenomena of climate change is a global, continental, and regional, and it is a reality. No one can deny today we are living with it every day and all days. So in Somalia, the fragility phenomena is among the challenges that we're facing. Very fragile country with fragile institutions. This has been complicated or compounded by successive years of droughts, followed by another year of El Nino and floods, and then regional infestation of locusts. So this makes the country face more complex challenges than ever. In that line, Somalia is now, for the first time in this history of 60 years of statehood, established the first Ministry of Environment and Climate Change for the first time in 2022 when I came back to the office. Now our main focus is addressing, establishing, and capacitating the institutions that address the climate change effects on the country. These institutions, some of them were existing, some of them are emerging now. Capacitating those institutions and partnering with the private sector and mobilizing the society, raising the awareness of our people are the main tasks that we are doing right now. The challenges are too many, a limited fiscal space. We are responding that by increasing our local revenue. And since we reached the debt clearance and the heavy completion point recently, only a couple of months back, we are starting to also put in place the mechanisms to access the financial institutions so that we can invest and fund our development or economic growth engines. With all these complexity and challenges, Somalia is also struggling and fighting and enduring terrorist groups that have been there more than a decade now. In all indications, whether it is the recovery of the territory, expanding the state and the governance institutions throughout the country, Somalia has made certain progress, but very far away from where we are willing to be. So the challenges are too many, but the opportunities are too many as well. Somalia succeeded to come up and build its financial institutions so that the international financing institutions accept it, and the debt clearance has been achieved at the HIPIC completion point. And we have been lifted an arms embargo that was in the country for more than 3 decades. Somalia is soon going to join the United Nations Security Council as a non-permanent. All these are indications that the country is moving. But the issue of the climate is an obstacle and a hindrance in the path to recovery. So focusing on our strategic developing and growing our strategic resources areas like agriculture, blue economy, and particularly the livestock that we excluded from the agriculture is also moving forward. The export of Somalia is increasing, still at infancy level, but increasing by the year. That all are indications that our institutions and state building is improving very fast. Still, the challenge of fragility is still there. Somalia making all those steps just to address the challenge of the climate change. We lost a huge number, more than 3 million livestock herds for droughts and for floods. Stocks of our livestock has been, floods have been washed to the sea. And the limited agriculture that we established also moved away. And the limited infrastructure that we have has been washed. So we are restarting again as we started from scratch earlier. Now in many areas again we have to, the climate change, the challenge among them is also demographic change. A lot of rural people are losing their livelihoods and they are just coming in the urban areas as IDBs. Many of them will never go back because there is no reason to go back. And there are no life to go back because they lost the livestock, they lost the facility. So climate change is not only hindering, but it's changing the demographic structure of the country as well. All these multiple challenges we're facing, but still with our motto of Somalia in peace with itself and in peace with the rest of the world is also a major achievement that we have seen its products right now at an initial stage. We brought our people together back. We're moving forward as achieving a common purpose. That is the Somalia of today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and congratulations on the resilience that Somalia continues to show in spite of tremendous, tremendous challenges. What an inspiration. I'm going to come next to Vice President Bazo Banza to speed up the process of reform in your country. What initiatives is Burundi taking at the moment?
Merci beaucoup, mais je commence aussi par présenter mes sincères remerciements au président du Kenya pour l'accueil hospitalier dont nous avons fait l'objet avec toute ma délégation, mais aussi remercier tous les chefs d'État qui ont intervenu antérieurement, ainsi que le président de la Commission de l'Union africaine pour les multiples interventions qui nous ont guidés pour pouvoir en arriver ici. Et cela étant, je voudrais d'abord vous dire que le Burundi, dans la vision qui est même tracée dans le cadre des activités de la Banque africaine de développement, et selon l'agenda 2063, les priorités qui sont reprises comme activité principale par la Banque le sont également pour la République du Burundi, parce que nous avons tracé un objectif de croissance vers un pays émergent pour l'année 2040 et un pays développé à l'horizon 2060. Et bien entendu, nous essayons de nous inscrire dans les 10 premières, les 7 objectifs que s'est tracé d'ailleurs l'Afrique comme bailleur principal, et où nous voulons que l'Afrique soit prospère avec une croissance inclusive et dans le développement durable. Nous voulions que l'Afrique comme le Burundi soit un pays dans un continent intégré, uni sur le plan politique et ancré dans les idéaux du panafricanisme et la vision de la Renaissance africaine, une Afrique de bonne gouvernance, de démocratie, de respect des droits de l'homme, de justice et d'état de droit, une Afrique vivant dans la paix, dans la sécurité, une Afrique dont le développement est axé sur les populations et qui s'appuie sur le potentiel de ces populations, notamment celles des femmes et des jeunes qui se soucient du bien-être des enfants. Une Afrique qui agit en tant qu'acteur et partenaire fort, uni et influent sur la scène mondiale. Mais aussi, la transformation de l'Afrique et la réforme de l'architecture financière mondiale sont étroitement liées. Ici, je voudrais m'en revenir à développer comment nous sommes en train de lutter contre les défis économiques de développement qui se pointent devant le pays. Et le Burundi ici fait face à des défis économiques importants, notamment une dépendance à l'égard de l'agriculture, une infrastructure encore limitée, avec des initiatives de développement soutenues par la Banque africaine de développement et d'autres partenaires au développement qui sont cruciaux pour stimuler la croissance économique et réduire la pauvreté. Et nous devrions aussi noter la participation à la BAD et à d'autres initiatives régionales. Et ici, le Burundi, comme membre de la Banque africaine de développement, participe à ces programmes et initiatives de développement. Mais il pourrait également être impliqué dans d'autres initiatives de développement visant à renforcer l'intégration économique et le développement en Afrique de l'Est. Alors, ici, comme activité proprement dite, nous devrions signaler que le portefeuille des opérations en cours par la Banque africaine de développement et cofinancée par le gouvernement et de 21 projets dans le secteur public qui totalisent un engagement d'environ 500 millions de dollars, mais avec un taux de décaissement qui est encore faible malheureusement, qui est de 37,5%. Et la répartition sectorielle du portefeuille indique une prédominance des infrastructures parce qu'ils représentent 76%, dont 47% pour le transport et 37% pour l'énergie, suivi par l'agriculture à hauteur de 9%, du social à 6%, de la gouvernance à 0,5% et les finances à 0,9%. Le portefeuille du secteur public national comprend, lui, 12 projets pour un montant d'un engagement d'à peu près 114 millions d'unités de compte, avec un taux de décaissement qui se situe à hauteur de 44%. Par ailleurs, le portefeuille du secteur public régional comporte 8 projets multinationaux d'un montant d'à peu près 260 millions d'unités de compte pour un taux de décaissement de 33%. Et ces projets régionaux visent à renforcer la connectivité entre le Burundi et d'autres pays de la sous-région d'Afrique de l'Est, d'Afrique centrale et du Sud, notamment les pays frontaliers comme la Tanzanie, le Rwanda, la RDC et au-delà jusqu'en Zambie. Et au niveau du secteur privé, le portefeuille comprend pratiquement une seule opération, à savoir le projet de facilité de garantie des transactions commerciales de la Banque commerciale du Burundi pour un montant d'à peu près 4 millions. Ici, je dois améliorer qu'il y a une nette amélioration qui s'observe au niveau des indicateurs du portefeuille parce que les taux, comme je l'ai dit, décaissement encore faibles vont quand même en s'améliorant d'année en année.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I know that there's a lot that is taking place in your country, lots of transformations, but just because of the limitations of time, we do have to move on to our next panelist. I'm getting a signal in my earpiece, so I do have to come to His Excellency President Joachim Chissano for the next question, and we'll provide very short comments to close out this round. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. President Chissano, you played a globally recognized and acknowledged and much appreciated role in championing debt arrears clearance for countries facing debt challenges on the continent. To your mind, what can and should Africa do to improve its debt situation? You've been involved in several negotiations, several discussions. If you wouldn't mind sharing your experiences with us, that would be much appreciated. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you very much. I would like to start from where I thought I would end, if we had time, is to say that the ADB has to be congratulated. As far as what regards Mozambique, is for what they have done since 1977, when we established partnership. At that time, the other institutions were more powerful, were shy, were shying away from us. And there were many reasons why. It's because we never had stability in the country after independence proclamation in 1975. And and also there was this Cold War, but ADB came and became our partner, reliable partner. And I congratulate ADB also because of what they have done for Africa in general. And at present, we see the role played by President Adesina, who is my younger brother. And he has been delivering, and he shows us that he knows Africa, And not only him, but also with his team working in different countries. The example of my country. So I would like to take this opportunity to say congratulations, but we are celebrating 60 years of ADB, and it was not always additional. I don't know, were you born? 6 years, yes. So I would like to take this opportunity also to say that it occurs to my memory the names of at least 3 of his predecessors, because with those I have worked. And so I think that it's worth evoking their names here. I didn't hear the other speeches speaking about them, although we are celebrating the 60th anniversary. I refer to late Babakan Jai. Babakan Jai is one of those with whom we worked closely to reconstruct the country and to construct the country in Mozambique. And then I would mention the name of the Omar Kabaj. Omar Kabaj from Morocco. We worked also together. And then Donald Kaberuka. All this worked not only for Mozambique, but for the region, SADC region. And at that time, we were having this spirit of collaboration, and infrastructure were mentioned here by President President Sassou and
energy. At that time, the problem was coordinating efforts on infrastructure, railways, roads, dams, electricity, all infrastructure necessary. So this is not a new theme. He referred to Inga. It was not a new theme of those days. But what was missing there was this engine to make things happen. So what I could advise is to the ADB to be that engine to make things happen. We are having here ministers of finance. The ministers of finance are more practical than we. I was Minister of Foreign Affairs. We would speak about generalities, but when you come to the ground, you need someone to make things happen. So the ideas which we heard here start from far beyond, like when we joined the United Nations in 1975. What I found there was the discussion about a new economic order. And that idea of a new economic order vanished, I don't know why. But the new economic order is still valid for today. What we're discussing here is a new economic order because we're speaking about reform of structures. So if I'm running away from your question, you may...
That's okay, Your Excellency. I think you're doing very, very well. Just ending on a positive note here. The question related to the role that you've played on the continent and
to challenge this problem of debt.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, debts are committed when you don't have money and you look for money in order to do something and to produce money. And so this is what is missing, because we go and have a debt and we come and then we go and have a debt because we don't know how to put the money to a good value. And I think that the ADB should be that bank of Africa. We have now an African Union. The idea of the Bank of Africa came from even before OAU. It was one of the things which should be done. But when the ADB was created, I think that we did not look at it as the Bank of Africa. We thought that it was just a bank to serve Africa. No, this is our bank, it's the Bank of Africa. And so we have to have ways of using this bank even to help the fragile states so that they have institutions which work, which can create jobs, so that we have the productivity, so that the little money we have, it multiplies, so that we don't have to incur into debts all the time. So Mozambique is one of the countries which was forgiven. That was forgiven in my time when I was acting head of state, and forgiven. But we had the debt again because we didn't have the means to make our potential wealth to become a real wealth which can be converted into a real value to make business in the world. So we had, because we didn't have the skills, when ADB came in 1977, found this problem that we didn't have skills, where maybe 90% illiterate in Mozambique. And so, as President Mnangagwa said, the training of the of people so that they have know-how to transform our resources into value. It's a very valid point to which will help us to go away of the need of going for debt. And we have to have this African bank so that it's our channel. If we wanted to get a debt, we should have this channel and not to jump to the big ones there. And so, because ADB knows us, it's the just say it, ADN, the ADN of ADB is the ADN of Africa, of the African Union, and so on. So they know. So they are there to help to resolve the problems, and this is what the bank should not be shy to go and help us in each country to do things the right way, so that we come out with big figures, as they were announced here by President Ruto and by Daidesina himself. So in each country we should have what is called in generic terms good governance, also in the field of economy. And this, I think that it is also the role of the bank. But to finalize,
The bank will not do anything successful if we continue to have many voices in Africa. We are saying that we want to have a voice in an international arena, but that voice is there in Africa? Are we speaking the same voice? It's a question we have to ask ourselves all the time. Are we speaking with one voice? As we are here with the Ministers of Finance, maybe we are trying to speak the same voice. But if we go to another forum, are we going to speak the same voice when we go to the United Nations? When we go to Europe? So we need to have one voice so that ADB knows what to do, because they can have the leverage. They can bring more partners, their connections. Additional is very good in that. But I think that all the others were good to create new partnerships. And so this is what I can tell you, that this would do away with this problem of the debt, because we would be ourselves doing ourselves to improve on the development of our resources so that they become a real wealth.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. President Joachim Chissano, thank you so much for your thoughts. Distinguished presidents, unfortunately we've run out of time and we do have to go on to the next panel, but we want to thank you most sincerely. One, for gracing this occasion, for taking time out, and for your very thoughtful ideas about moving Africa's agenda forward. We do not take it lightly. We appreciate your presence here and the excellent ideas and thoughts that you have provided us with in your respective countries. We wish you all the very best as you continue to lead and transform your countries. At this note, I'd like to say a big thank you to President Sassou Nguesso, President Emerson Mnangagwa, President Hassan Mahmoud, Vice President Prosper Bazombanza, and our dear President Joachim Chissano. Thank you very much, gentlemen and Mr. Presidents. We really, really appreciate your contributions today, and we wish you all the very best. Thank you so much.
In just a few moments, as our excellencies conclude formalities, we will ask that you be seated. We do have a treat for you. In just a few moments, there'll be a quick turnaround. I believe that arrangements are being made for the next segment of the program.
If the individuals involved with that can come on stage, that will be much appreciated. In the next few seconds, we will transition to the next segment of this annual meeting's opening day.
For the young men and women coming on stage, about to put on a spectacular performance, can I give them a warm round of applause? Very, very much deserved.
nation.
Africa, Africa, manien, New Africa, Africa, manien, Imekuwa safari miaka 60 zilizopita, changamoto mbalimbali zimetuleta pamoja, transforming lives across borders, one country at a time. We are the continent of the brave. Oh, Africa, rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, Amabwana, Mesdames et Messieurs, turn your history books to page 60, find the sentence on economic independence. Step to the past and declare your political presence. Take a walk with the ancestors, disrupt pioneers and the innovators. Remember of the hard-fought revolution, its might against the colonial dictators, and of the right to make mistakes, the right to get up to plenty of choices, economic freedom so fervently demanded, with Kwame Nkrumah as one of the leading voices.
Sekta ya elimu na mazingira, sekta ya kilimo na teknolojia.
From the almost flat dreams of a continent rolls the Africa Development Bank, promoting the fair sharing of resources that each one of us could rise in rank. Their mission, so clear and true, to provide healthcare, provide education, to provide affordable homes, to transform lives, to eliminate poverty, to answer freedom's call. In the words of President Adesina, I believe Africa will shine and fulfill its destiny. I still believe that we shall be who we are meant to be.
It's been a journey, time to celebrate. It's been a journey, Africa celebrate.
Okay, we can. We have to rewind that. Okay. You need a song. Okay. Thank you.
Mais la croissance ne doit jamais s'arrêter, ni les rêves s'évanouir dans les nuages. Les épreuves d'aujourd'hui exigent unité et courage. Together, we have risen and shown that we have the required strength to be a brother's keeper, responsible for delivering health and wealth. Africa will keep shining and fulfill its destiny. This remains Adesina's dream. A difference can and will definitely be made if we work as a team. As we celebrate this 60th anniversary, remember who you are. Keep the dream alive.
Africa! Awero Africa! Awero Africa manyen! New Africa! Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, and thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what you've just seen is a curtain raiser to the 60th anniversary of the African Development Bank. On the 25th of May, 1963, one of the first resolutions that was passed by the Organization of African Unity was, I quote, the establishment of an African Development Bank, unquote. The following year, events took place in Khartoum, Sudan, and the bank was born in 1964. But coincidentally, 2 months after the resolution in 1963 of May, in July of that same year, I was born. Child of the OAU, and therefore it is fitting that I am also a child of the African Development Bank. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it will be a short commemorative program, very short. The time is gone. We're not going to keep you for too long. As part of this commemoration, the full story will be told sometime in September this year in Abidjan. But just to give you a teaser, we will call upon 3 instrumental institutions to make 5 minutes remarks each. 5 minutes. We will call upon the President of the African Development Bank. We will call upon the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, and we will call upon the President of the Republic of Kenya. And after their statement, they will stay a little bit and we will unveil the 10-year strategy of the African Development Bank. But before we do that, there's a story that needs to be told just briefly on video. Please.
60 years of making a difference. 60 years of being Africa's solutions bank. 60 years of accelerating development and transformation. Of feeding our continent, providing clean water and sanitation, lighting up communities, connecting borders and people, interesting markets and opportunities, defying fragility and enhancing resilience, boosting skills and entrepreneurship, bridging public and private sector partnerships through knowledge, innovation, and creativity. From little acorns, oak trees grow. For 60 years, the African Development Bank has been at the forefront of collective efforts to build a brighter and more prosperous Africa.
African countries are resilient and are doing well despite the challenges posed by climate change. You are investing in the right place, Africa.
And the idea of a democratic and free society.
When the greatest boxer of all time, Muhammad Ali, embarked on a tour of Africa, when South African singer Miriam Makeba took the world by storm with a sensational song, when leaders of independent African countries gathered in Cairo to open the second organization of the African Unity Summit. Their goal was clear: to build a strong, more resilient, and prosperous Africa. That same year, finance ministers from independent African countries gathered in Lagos, Nigeria, to inaugurate the African Development Bank. Their mandate and vision? To transform Africa socially and economically, and to integrate the continent's economy by accelerating the movement of people, goods, and services. With an initial and modest investment of $2.3 million in 1967, the African Development Bank has grown to become the continent's only AAA-rated financial institution with a capital base of $208 billion and over $184 billion in investments in diverse sectors of Africa's economy. Later on, non-regional member countries were invited to join, greatly expanding the bank's capital base. And the African Development Fund raised the largest replenishment of $8.9 billion for the 16th replenishment of the bank's concessional window. Today, the African Development Bank stands tall as Africa's trusted solutions bank, with more than 5,400 transformative life-changing projects implemented across the continent. Our innovative financial instruments, including hybrid capital, are models for other global multinational development banks. As Africa continues to face one of the greatest challenges of our time, we have become a leading global voice for climate finance equity, an architect for building climate resilience and adaptation, a trusted partner for meeting the needs of African countries ravaged by droughts, floods, cyclones, and environmental change. Everywhere on the continent, the terrain we know best, the impact of our work and investments are evident. In cities and in the countryside, in primary schools, colleges, and universities, in agriculture, and in farms with climate-resilient crops, in healthcare through clinics and care centers, in hydro, wind, geothermal, and solar power, in water access and irrigation, in vocational training, businesses and startups, in ports, airports, roads, aviation, and rail transportation. Each day, in a world of dynamic change and challenges, we are touching the lives of millions of Africans and connecting Africa to Africa and Africa to the world.
Across Africa, the impact of our high fives has been felt. In the past 7 years, Your Excellencies, the operations of the bank have impacted directly the lives of 400 million people.
Together, we have made progress. Together, we are shaping Africa's development. Together, we can and we will do much more in the years to come while overcoming new challenges and global uncertainties, including pandemics, geopolitical tensions, and climate change. Over 60 years, the dedicated and visionary work of former and present staff, management, board members, and governors of the bank have helped make the African Development Bank the globally respected development finance institution that it is today. In the years ahead, we are committed to leading, innovating, challenging, shaping, and influencing the African landscape. Working together and as partners, we will help create the future of our dreams, an Africa that is even more transparent, prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and integrated. Let's celebrate 60 years of achievement, 60 years of transformation, and 60 years of making a tangible difference in the lives of the people of Africa. Here is to 60 years of making a difference.
I think that
Congratulations to my good friend, President Adesina, and the African Development Bank.
Thank you very much for having me, and congratulations to the HB for 60 years.
La Banque africaine de développement, notre banque, joue un rôle essentiel dans le développement des pays africains, et ce, depuis plus de 6 décennies.
It is a profound honor to address you as we celebrate 6 decades of the exceptional contributions of the Africa Development Bank to Africa's development landscape.
On behalf of the Africa 50 team, I extend our heartfelt congratulations on this momentous 60th anniversary milestone. We are looking forward to many more decades of shared progress and prosperity.
I think that deserves more applause. Without further ado, may I please welcome the President of the African Development Bank for some brief remarks.
Thank you, Secretary General. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, their governors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be able to address you briefly on this auspicious occasion of the celebration of the 60th anniversary of the African Development Bank, your bank. As you stay here for the next 3 days of these annual meetings, we will be discussing, celebrating, reflecting on the work of the bank, the journey we have traveled in supporting Africa, and journey yet to be traveled. One thing is sure, we are on the right journey, a journey to accelerate the development of Africa. It is amazing that in 60 years that we've been traveling this journey, we are not tired. Just like Kenyans always run and win on long-distance races, so are we. We are running to win for Africa. In 60 years, we have not diminished. In 60 years, we have grown. In 60 years, we are delivering at scale for Africa. From just the initial committee of 9 when we started, and 23 countries who signed up when we launched out, we now count 81 member countries. When the founders of the African Development Bank met in Khartoum, Sudan in 1963, they had a dream, promoting and accelerating the economic and social development of African countries. 1 year after, in 1964, I was only 4 years old. The first board of governors of the bank met in Lagos, Nigeria. So started the journey of hope for Africa. From our first projects in Sierra Leone, the National Development Bank of Sierra Leone, and Kenya right here, Mr. President, the Athi River, Namanga Road in Kenya's southeastern region connecting to Tanzania, we now have over 5,600 projects across Africa. As we continue this journey of hope for Africa, we honor and celebrate the hard work, the leadership, and the efforts of 7 presidents of the bank before me. I would like to therefore honor the service and tremendous accomplishments of those presidents. President Mamoun Bihari, President Abdulwahed Labidi, President Kwame Fudwa, President Willem Mungoba, who was somebody who also liked bow tie like myself, President Babaka Ndiaye, President Omar Kabaj, and President Donald Kaberuka. The dream is being realized, one strategy at a time, one president at a time. But it takes all of our shareholders, you, to support us to make things happen. You, our shareholders, who celebrate with us today, you make the African Development Bank what it is today. You do so in many ways. Your financial support, your moral support, but the support you give us in your various capitals. Our heads of states and government, you have continued to strongly support us as a bank over the last 60 years. And I'd like to use this time to particularly thank His Excellency President William Ruto for the wonderful announcement that you made this morning, that you'll be contributing $25 million to the African Development Fund. That will make you the largest contributor to that fund as a regional member country. Thank you also for your bold call for a 17th replenishment of the fund at $25 billion, and thank you for your seed financing towards that, and thank you once again, Mr. President. So important is the African Development Bank that the Organization of African Unity gave it a clear mandate, and you heard it from Chairperson Musa Faki, to mobilize development financing for Africa. And we are doing so with your collective support. In 2019, you, the shareholders of the bank, raised the capital of the bank from $93 billion to $208 billion, the highest in the history of the bank since it was established in 1964. Thank you very much. But the strength of the bank has always been its staff. From just 10 pioneer members in 1964, we now have 2,092 staff members today from 76 countries. We all come with one goal in mind: accelerate Africa's development. Our board of governors and board of directors from 81 member countries have been the guiding lights for the bank. From an initial capital base of $250 million, when we started, see where we are today. The African Development Bank has consistently maintained its AAA ratings and is the only AAA-rated financial institution in Africa. We are proud to have created and incubated and nurtured solid African financial institutions, including the Africa Export-Import Bank, the West Africa Development Bank, Shelter Afrique, Africa 50, among others. The African Development Bank is a trusted voice for Africa at the global level. Whether it is at G7, whether it's at G20, the African Development Bank is there with a seat at the table, and we use that voice to advance Africa's interests. The African Development Bank is responsive to Africa's needs. When COVID-19 struck, we responded swiftly and increased net outflows to countries with a crisis response facility of up to $10 billion. Your Excellencies, the African Development Bank is now helping to support Africa to produce its own medicines and vaccines. And that is what led us as an institution to create a new institution called the African Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation. I would like to thank you, Mr. President Kagame, as the chairman of the Eminent Advisory Council of this foundation. And thank you very much for hosting this foundation's headquarters in Kigali. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am delighted that in less than 1 year since its establishment, the African Technology Foundation, like all the other institutions we set up before, was listed by DIVEX as one of the 24 institutions to watch out for globally in 2024. Just last week, I was at the G7 finance ministers and central bank governors meeting in Stresa, Italy, where the G7 strongly supported the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, jointly developed by the African Development Bank, Africa 50, and the Africa Union. It was quite exciting that the G7 collectively pledged $150 million to AGIA. The G7 also pledged support for the callable capital increase of the African Development Bank. The G7 also signaled strong support for the successful 17th replenishment of the African Development Fund. Never has the African Development Bank received such wide recognition and strong support across the board for its work by the G7. We can take pride that from our very humble beginnings, the African Development Bank is today a globally respected institution, taking its place among global financial institutions, innovating and leading. The African Development Bank issued hybrid capital on the global capital market, the first ever by a multilateral development bank, creating a new global asset class for institutional investors. The African Development Bank is the first and the only multilateral development bank to do synthetic securitization, transferring risks from our sovereign and non-sovereign portfolios to the private sector institutional investors. In 2021, your bank, the African Development Bank, was ranked the best multilateral financial institution in the world by Global Finance. In 2022, the African Development Fund, our concessional lending institution, was ranked as the second best concessional financing institution in the world by the Center for Global Development, ahead of all 48 concessional financing institutions, including in OECD countries. In 2022, the African Development Bank ranked is good enough for Africa. Happy 60th anniversary. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Asante sana. Shukran. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your insightful statement. May I invite His Excellency, Mr. Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, to make a brief statement.
Excellences, Monsieur le chef d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, distingués invités. Il y a 61 ans, naissait l'Organisation de l'Unité africaine, actuellement Union africaine. Un an après, l'organisation continentale a mis au monde son premier enfant, c'est sa fille, la Banque africaine de développement. Les anniversaires sont des moments certes de réjouissance, mais aussi et surtout d'évaluation du parcours et de projections dans l'avenir. La Banque africaine du développement a fait un excellent travail pour l'Afrique durant les 6 décennies passées. Son portefeuille dans chacun des États membres est fort consistant. L'Union africaine, vous le savez, s'est donnée à l'occasion de son 50e anniversaire en 2013 l'agenda 2063, qui peut se résumer dans le triptyque une Afrique intégrée, une Afrique prospère et une Afrique en paix. Elle a chargé la Banque africaine de développement de mobiliser les ressources nécessaires dans le continent et au-delà pour financer cet agenda. Cet agenda dessine des projets phares en matière d'infrastructure, d'énergie, de sécurité alimentaire, de santé, d'éducation. Il est fort ambitieux. Merci, cher frère Dr Adesina, pour les efforts accomplis jusqu'à là pour la réalisation de l'Afrique que nous voulons. Aujourd'hui, 60 ans après, notre continent fait face encore à des défis très importants. Certes, nous ne sommes pas comme au début des indépendances dans les années 60. Beaucoup a été fait. Mais je crois que l'autosatisfaction n'est pas de mise. De même, l'autoflagellation. Il faut trouver donc la juste appréciation entre les deux. L'Afrique aujourd'hui reste un continent qui a de sérieux problèmes de manque d'infrastructures. Nous avons lancé la zone de libre-échange continentale. Le président Sassou Nguesso l'a dit, elle ne pourrait jamais être effective tant que physiquement on ne peut pas connecter les différentes parties du continent. Donc, les défis importants restent celui des infrastructures. L'Union africaine a mis en place une institution spécialisée qui est l'ODANEPAD en la matière et travaille main dans la main, entre autres avec la Banque africaine de développement. L'énergie, cela a aussi été dit. Près de 600 millions d'Africains ne connaissent pas encore l'électricité. Comment on peut envisager un développement réel sans l'énergie? Un autre très grand défi, et je suis heureux, tout comme le président Sassou, qu'il ait été annoncé 300 millions d'Africains qui seraient connectés d'ici et on aurait réduit de 50% ceux qui n'avaient pas accès à l'électricité. C'est un défi majeur et j'encourage fortement la Banque africaine de développement à s'investir davantage. La BAD ne peut pas faire mieux si elle n'a pas d'abord le soutien des États membres. Soutien financier et surtout soutien politique qui doit lui permettre d'occuper sa place et toute sa place pour le progrès dans ce continent. Un autre phénomène annihile un peu les efforts dans le continent africain, c'est les questions de paix et de stabilité. L'Union africaine a revitalisé son fonds de la paix. Aujourd'hui, nous avoisinons les 400 millions de dollars, ce qui va nous permettre de travailler un peu dans l'amélioration. Mais l'Afrique est touchée également par le phénomène du terrorisme, qui est une menace à la paix et à la sécurité internationale. Et ça, vous le savez, cela est du ressort du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies. Heureusement qu'il y a l'année dernière une résolution qui s'engage à financer 75% des opérations de paix menées par l'Union africaine, notamment dans la lutte contre le terrorisme dans le continent africain. Il reste 25% des gaps à trouver également pour financer à 100% la paix et la stabilité dans le continent africain. Je souhaite, et la BAD a déjà commencé à le faire, à penser au financement de la sécurité. Si on n'a pas la sécurité, on n'a pas l'instabilité, eh bien, nous n'allons jamais améliorer notre notation, et c'est là, vous les professionnels, vous le savez très bien, sur les narratifs et sur la situation donc, de notre continent. C'est un défi majeur sur lequel il faut absolument réfléchir. L'Union africaine est en pleine réforme. Je remercie le président Kagame et le président Ruto qui, de concert avec la Commission, mènent cette très difficile réforme. Nous avons là également accompli des progrès, mais il n'en demeure pas moins. Et je l'ai dit avec beaucoup de regrets, il manque encore suffisamment de volonté politique au niveau de nos États pour pousser, parce qu'il faut parler d'une seule voix, ce qui n'est malheureusement pas encore le cas dans différentes situations. L'Afrique, l'Union africaine, la Banque africaine de développement ne peuvent porter le rêve de ce continent qu'en étant unis, intégrés et parlant d'une seule voix. Dans un monde qui, vous le savez, est un bouleversement. Et pour avoir droit au chapitre, il faut partir unis. Donc l'intégration, la prospérité est intimement liée et à l'intégration de nos économies et à la stabilité et à la paix. Il nous faut donc des efforts importants à accomplir. On peut compter sur le génie des peuples africains, sur le dynamisme de sa jeunesse, de la majorité de sa population que sont les femmes, et ils interpellent le leadership africain sur la nécessité de se concentrer, d'améliorer la gouvernance politique et économique dans notre continent pour nous donner les meilleurs moyens pour soutenir nos actions pour l'Afrique que nous voulons. Bon anniversaire pour la BAD et je vous remercie.
Thank you, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Without the OAU, there would have not been an African Development Bank. Thank you, and thank you for the partnership. May I invite His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, to make some brief remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, indulge me because I have been asked actually instructed, I think, by President Sassou Nguesso to give a progress report on the meeting we had in Paris on the financing pact. And you know, in keeping with African tradition, when an elder gives instructions, you have to obey. So let me give a brief progress report, and I hope he will be listening. After the meetings we had in Paris, we subsequently had the Africa Climate Summit, in which we consolidated our position as a continent. And we were clear on what kind of financing infrastructure that we were looking for. Number one, we were looking for concessionary resources that would make sense to our development. Number two, we were looking for long-term resources that had grace periods of up to 10 years and repayment periods of up to 40 years. Number three, we wanted these resources at scale. And number four, we were very clear that these resources were meant for the financing of our development. We subsequently took our position to COP28, and we had a very positive conversation. And finally, we launched the Africa Green Industrialization Initiative that will provide a mechanism for investment in our green energy resources to facilitate industrialization, to create jobs, to create wealth, and to move Africa to the next level. Subsequently, we came here a month ago, and by the time we were in COP28, the difficulties we had in Paris of whether we need reform of the international financial architecture. You remember the heated conversation we had in Paris, because many countries in Paris did not believe that there was a requirement or there was need of whatever nature for the transformation and reform of the international financial architecture. But by the time we were getting in December, in COP28, there was concurrence in Europe, in America, in Asia, and of course in Africa, that there was need. And everybody agreed that there was need to reform these financial institutions. Fast forward, last month, we had a meeting here with the World Bank to discuss concessionary resources in the IDA window replenishment 21. We made very good progress with the World Bank in that framework. Step forward, last week, the outcome of my visit to the United States, there were two significant outcomes. Outcome number one is investment of $1 billion for the first data center powered by green energy in Kenya. And number two, after extensive consultations with President Biden, and because he confirmed to me that he believed in the transformation of Africa and he wanted to support, because of the conversations we had, you remember, at the Africa Leaders Summit in America last year. And because America is a big contributor both to IDA and to Africa Development Fund, President Biden committed $21 billion that will go to some of it to the two institutions, World Bank, IDA framework, and Africa Development Bank's Africa Development Fund program, which we are discussing here today. The replenishment the 25 billion Adesina is looking for the Africa Development Fund. And today, Mr. President, we are furthering that conversation with the confirmations we're going to make to enhance significant funding, concessional resources to Africa Development Fund so that we can meet the targets where we wanted concessional funding, long-term resources, and at scale. I hope I have made a good case and I have met the pass mark. Your Excellencies, I acknowledge the insightful remarks you have made on Africa's prospects. Your words underline the critical need to match our continent's immense potential with corresponding concessional financing and action. I reiterate that there is a clear necessity for increased funding in the next replenishment cycle of Africa Development Fund with a target of not less than US dollars 25 billion. Looking ahead, the Africa Development Bank will be central in addressing Africa's challenges by financing climate change mitigation, adaptation, green industrialization, and closing the infrastructure gap in rail, in road networks, internet, broadband, energy, and the development of our ports. As we celebrate the Africa Development Bank's 60th anniversary here in Nairobi, it is vital for us as African leaders to support the bank's transformative role by supporting its access to concessional resources for our continent's transformation. Additionally, it is time, as I said, to support an African-created rating agency that will provide accurate and fair assessment of Africa's economic realities and status. It is said in our country that poverty cannot be shared. What can be shared is wealth and prosperity. And so, Kenya can only be prosperous in a thriving continental neighborhood. That is why last week, as an engaged American government, 60% of the time I spent prosecuting Africa's agenda, and 40% of the time I spent pushing Kenya's agenda, because I understand that there cannot be a prosperous Kenya without a thriving Africa. And therefore, I want to state without fear of any contradiction that the progress and transformation of Kenya is intertwined with that of Africa. Kenya is honored to host this meeting, and we take the boards and management of the two institutions, we thank them for this privilege. I have already requested that after hosting Africa Development Bank's annual meeting 30 years ago in 1994, and again today in 2024, it would be fair and fitting for Kenya to host again in 2054. I am told by my brother Evangelist Adesina that my request is under consideration. I would request that this decision be made early, because neither we nor the decision makers then might be fit enough to do so 30 years from now. Once again, I welcome you all to Nairobi and Kenya, and wish you fruitful deliberations during this annual meeting of the African Development Bank and African Development Fund. I urge you to take time to sample the delights that Kenya has to offer, including a national park, which is just 10 minutes away from here. Thank you very much. Happy 60th anniversary, Africa Development Bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, but I see that you're already overthrowing my president as the evangelist for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we have spent quite an awful long time today. And we don't want you to continue to spend a lot of time, but we just have one little thing to do. The unveiling of the next 10-year strategy of the bank, which will take just a very few minutes. Can you please animate? And as you animate, can you please get copies ready? And I will call upon the President of the Republic. I will call upon the President of the African Development Bank. I will call upon the Chairperson of the African Union Commission and the Chairperson of the Board of Governors to please stand in the middle as they bring the copies for you to unveil. But prior to that, could you please animate? May I call on Caroline Kende-Robb and Nancy Baker to please bring copies. So here you have it, unveiled the next 10-year strategy of the African Development Bank Group. Governors' copies will be shared out to you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the head of state. Thank you, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. And thank you, Chairperson of the Board of Governors. And to close this session, may I please invite the Senior Vice President, Swazi Shabalala, to give a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm well aware that I'm standing between you and lunch, so I will be very brief. Excellencies, distinguished guests, Chairperson of the Board of Governors of the African Development Bank, Governors of the African Development Bank, alternate governors of the African Development Bank, Board of Directors, senior management, and hope that is everyone. I am honored to stand before you today at this auspicious occasion as we commemorate the African Development Bank's 60 years of existence in this beautiful city, the green city in the sun, Nairobi. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to convey our gratitude to the government and the people of Kenya for the cordial and very warm hospitality and all the measures taken to ensure the success of the 2024 annual meetings of the African Development Bank. We are greatly honored that you could be part of these celebrations today. Your bank is the realization of the dream of our illustrious forebears, that the African Development Bank would transform the continent into the Africa we want. Thank you for celebrating the journey and the remarkable achievements of our institution, even as we acknowledge the long road ahead towards prosperity and the fulfillment of Africa's aspirations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me express on behalf of the bank our deep gratitude to the governors, executive directors, the president, the chief, what do we call you again? The chief, he's got lots of names, and every single staff of the bank, past and present, for their dedication and commitment. And in conclusion, it is with the utmost sincerity that we express our hope for the continued success of the African Development Bank. Thank you, merci beaucoup, obrigada, shukran, asanteni sana. Thank you.
And thank you very much, SVP. Let me use this opportunity to profusely apologize to the initially planned 2 panels. But you can believe that we've had literally all the panels that we are supposed to have. And because heads of state have stayed for too long and lunch is getting cold, we'll rather transition to lunch and deeply apologize to the other 2 panels so that governors can do their work, because we still have the first sitting. So as we finish, we'll proceed for the high-level luncheon by invitation only. I'm sure you have your invitation. And may I invite my Kenyan counterpart to announce about a particular lunch that will follow also.
Thank you, Secretary General. There's lunch for everybody, so don't panic. So those who are not in the high-level lunch, right next to the high-level tent, there's lunch for everybody. And why don't you give ourselves a wonderful round of applause for being patient and staying till this time. And with that, I will request that we all be upstanding. We're going to have the 2 anthems again. We'll start with the African Union anthem and then finish with the Kenyan anthem. And after that, we'll kindly request that we remain standing as we allow the heads of state to exit towards the high-level lunch. Then the rest of us will be guided. For now, we start with the African Union African Union anthem.